Of the Devil. A game that I never thought would force me to draw about, like, 7 number lines. I guess they're not really number lines, they're timelines, but that's what I called them because they go like this. And I'll just, for reference, I'll just draw a little me in the corner. Just all bundled up here. Because this game has been going on for way longer than I would have hoped it would. Great game. Don't get me wrong. But by goodness is it a lot. And I know many of you guys are getting tired of it. And want to get back to Persona. At least I'm speaking for myself there. So we'll try to get through this relatively quickly, I hope. Hi, I'm Brian Lover. Welcome in. Welcome in. Actually early for once. Indeed you are. Okay, you know, I had a lot of troubles last time, so let me give a recap of the important stuff. Oh boy. Sarah, our great little amazing little android, might have killed someone, but we don't believe that. So, yeah. Also, we have learned that David has created many AIs, which are illegal, but also Sarah might not be an AI or an android and just an actual person. So, that tells us about all we need to know. And cat pun for you? Oh, I'm all ears. Please. I don't think I have any more ear. Do I have different headbands? Hold on. Head. I hate the search. It's so bad. The searches are so bad here. I don't think I have any more headbands. Just those 2. Just sad. You heard there's a kidnapping at school. Don't worry, they're perfectly fine. Bravo. Bravo. Absolutely love that pun. Hi, Leo. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. Let's get to this, right? I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Because this journal had a secret thing which told us that every incriminating evidence possible. It's very awesome indeed. So good. Maybe, how big is that? Oh, that's big. We're going to take some, why don't you? Go ahead. Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. Okay, what? It's really interesting to just see that here and not see all the stuff that this was followed by. You know, Yeah. Because our little cutie is... our little cutie's an actual daughter. It's a great... It's a cat stream, then. I guess it is now. But I can't do any of that. Ray's left me with this diary. It's destroyed. They'll know I was the one who did it. Which... Oh, get it. Perfect. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Just get on up there. There's one more subscriber which can do OS nya. Nico nya. There you go. There's your one incriminating evidence for today. Use that to blackmail me however you'd like. Should land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, along with me in a jail cell. Oh, well, just move this. Yes. Great. And in the system, in my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous... So, I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, gambling, yes! Bully and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have we actually learned? Yes, give us the summary that we all need. Put these cat ears on better, Morgan. Come on. There you go. He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he was going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? Well, that tells me absolutely nothing. What? So, how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? I found these really cool cat ears. Oh, that's where I dropped them. But besides that, absolutely nothing. I did this on accident, but because I hit that on accident, I feel like writing something down. It means nothing, but I'll take it. The only reason she ever got to adore is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through everything I could. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address to those gogs. Enlighten me, what? I'm not as hip with the kids as I would think. Is that a term I don't know? Where's my terms section? Terms. Net slang for a spy or undercover police officer. Easy go. Who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest? I mean, I'd do that. Like, what? Someone wonder why there's cat ears on the screen. I think that's the best way to go about it. You get a yeah for every new sub, you get no. No. Well, he was reading webtoons and it was getting dramatic. God, fine by me. Those can be pretty good. Yeah, go ahead. So a spy or something. Okay. Honestly, I thought that was gonna be ghosts. Yeah, I'm going ghost busting on the weekends. And their offices weren't listing on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. This guy's with too much blackmail. Yeah. I can't deal with that much blackmail, you know. I kind of don't want to cover the boy, but I kind of do want to cover the boy. Just a little bit. Cinderella Boy was a webtoon. Okay. I haven't heard of it, but it's probably good. I've read my fair share of those. But did you find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of. They said they were, and the place said, looks the part. Has to take drugs in order to say that? Sure, dude. Sure, it's fine. Why? Because they had couches? And she didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. You're a dumb little kid, you know that? That's a name you got there, Niro Neko. Okay. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? I do, in fact. Well, favorite's a harsh term, you know. It's hard to go with a favorite in anything, you know. But I'm a big fan of both Snom and Zorua. Two very different ends of the spectrum, but it's gonna be one of those two, I tell ya. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. I have really big cat ears now. Meow. Did you just say the pun after the fact? Yes. Ears, I asked her. Oh, come in. Great ears, I know. Zoroark is good too, yeah. I like the tiny one better. I like the cute things. Lucario is great too. I do agree. I like his aura. I'm just gonna be your favorite. That is a good point. Explain.
But, Holtzman, we still don't know if David was actually talking to someone, or just getting his CCE training recertified.
Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results.
You did more than enough, both of you.
What, even with these cat ears?
At the very least, it divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran.
What's gotten into her?
And thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you can always throw a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
What are you, a extra waiter? It's an extra waiter. Who am I kidding? Yeah, an extra waiter. Oh. I'm not just a waiter. I'm an extra waiter. My patience is through the roof.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they?
I know.
Is that a no?
Oh no, the signal must have cut out.
You're right. Surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's oddest product right in the state's crosshairs.
I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court.
Signal must have kind of took the later. The last time I know. No, but yes. Different. You both had the same thing. Both different thing. All right. I hope the internet's better this time, and if it isn't, who knows, man. I am out of ideas if that's the case.
On a strict timeline, though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. Though they'll gladly you lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
There are still service passageways and stairwells. Guards can be fooled and peons can be manipulated.
Do we get out there? Nah. Yes. That will be recompense. My internet's bad, you get nya. I will prepare all sorts of blackmail for you. Please don't try to cut out my internet, alright?
If I use my other skill set to get around,
So take mine.
My goodness. Aren't you a nice girl? You're almost like bear, apparently. These are my bear ears? Apparently, these ones are my bear ears.
I thought we only had cat ears today.
Yeah, but I also have barriers in my pocket.
No, but how did you get them in?
Yeah, that'll work well.
You should get rid of those before anyone questions it. What, your pass?
I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. But if David knew I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him, since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try out a Neil field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe... like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. A girl with long legs could go far.
Yeah, you can keep those ears.
Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you.
She must be too good for them. I'm taking that as a compliment. Oh, hey, we're back here.
Sarah.
Morgan, how did you...
Get so turned around. Oh, God only knows. Oh, lucky I found... That's not my voice.
What do you mean that's my voice? Sorry, guys. I guess I'm Morgan now.
Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right.
I do play detective, and I have committed homicide. Of all the people I could have on my payroll, there are far worse options.
Oh boy. Honestly, I think Morgan might think you're too big a klutz. Too high a risk. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without a legal present.
Oh.
I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be?
I see.
It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just I think with the Sarah issue, she nursing a toddler. What?
You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes.
Yeah.
Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble.
Oh, that's good to hear. What a great thumbs up. Do I have a thumbs up? I better have a thumbs up. I do. I have thumbs up.png. Perfect. Can't even distinguish the two. Really perfect. More pause, like more like Jaws with some what? I don't think I have any of those. Just give him an extra hand. Give him a hand now, I don't we? What was I doing again?
No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down.
Going down? Like an elevator?
The state was practically licking his lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood, and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
Cannibalism! See the fake poster where the Jaws was... poster was turned to pause? The cat attacking the lady. I have seen that one. It is awfully cute. There's a lot of those ones. Those, like, parody Jaws posters. A lot of them are cute. What? Like, fines and jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. And then sanctions.
They can't sanction Noble, where...
And too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm gonna be sick. Maybe I am.
Just hope your board goes quietly instead of...
Instead of what?
Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation, government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund.
A flat refund? The losses would be... I could fix this, hold on. The losses, I tell ya. They'd be... Boom! Thumbs down! Yeah!
Yeah, your big thumbs down. Your board would probably just focus on Sarah to go anyway, so they can focus their fight with the state. A tough battle, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in.
Hot songs. Very bad. Down the dumps of the stray cats. Exactly.
That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial.
The thumb, right? You know the saying? Do I need to turn my thumb upside down?
That's your thrown upside down.
Oh, alright.
Well, if I won, that would mean that Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration.
You win. Catastrophic. Bravo, bravo.
Win what?
Ask away.
Well, if you insist.
Caught onto her traps. So good. To keep the cat puns. This one's locked. Why is that one... What did I miss that made that one locked? Oh, is it because I failed that one? That one skimming. Whatever, it's fine. Getting around her. Really won't get in. Okay, got it.
Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
Same as any rational company wants to make money. We don't mess with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not development. Product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are.
Because you used the Tesseract?
And trying to code an AI and test is like, trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself around. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Cat women. Oh my goodness. So many cats. Working with AI is good, but convincing public bad. But also, working with it is also bad.
What? What do you mean, Dawes? Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. The language is safe as you say. Isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be...
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding?
Perfectly written statement. No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple.
You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher.
Take some water. Not a lot of water. Apparently. Look in the back.
Any chance he'll testify to that?
It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. He's a good thumbs up in my book.
Why are you exaggerating your thumb so much? Better than you'll ever know.
Let's talk about the Animate 16.
Nobles spend months running the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how he actually contributed?
There's 2 brain cells. Why do you think either of them would be used for murder? Technically, she actually has a lot more than 2. Hysterical. Ah ha ha. Big ol' knee slapper. It's great, I tell you. I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. Which made brain cells Himiko or Sarah? 100% Sarah, it's no contest.
The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically.
It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. You know, let's talk on this. Whatever he just said, that comes from last time. If we remember, Sarah is technically a synthetic human. And all that he figured it out by the use of illegal AIs, about 200 of them. So, seeing all this, great. We could just attribute it to David Asher, but David Asher attributes it to one of his many, many, many AIs. He goes, magic. Yeah, it's a crutch.
And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions.
That would be a big ol' thumbs up. Saying the magic has more brain cells than Sarah. I mean, can Sarah do magic? Chapter 6 where we go through rumors on exactly. You see? Everything before that was magic. The work of it. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic.
So would that spur them into the protection? So would that spur them to be protective of David?
Surprisingly, I'm really bad at reading.
Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable?
I mean, that'd be fine enough, I guess.
No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be messing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is
compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea, but the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong, and the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now, and I would have been axed a long time ago. It's a big ol' thumbs down.
How did your hand get so big? How many A16s are out there anyway?
We just passed 9 million sold. I still got a long way to go before they hit Switch numbers. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but profit margin makes up for it.
You mentioned data?
Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Everything, apparently. Oh boy. There's going to be everything possible. Let's talk about error reports. Wait till Sony finds more PS2s. Gah. They can always do more. It's crazy, isn't it? You're playing Persona 3 while we're watching. Okay, sure. Starts 2 hours in. Just recharges when it's in there. Okay. You have fun. I don't know much about that one. I should probably get around to playing it eventually, but that'd be after Persona 5. Why play it? Play Persona 3 after 5. Ah, it's fine. Yeah. Was I doing? I don't know why I've been so blanking today. Is there anything I need to write down here? Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot about the shield chair. Here, I can like make it better this time. Chair's 3D today. Aren't you so impressed? Persona 4 Revival coming next year? Yeah. The trailer for that looked interesting. S tier, I say. How many people start Persona 4? Yeah, I do believe that's it. That's luckily how a lot of those games work. You just pop in whenever. And it's like, oh, this one's good. Let's play it, you know? Persona 6 someday. Give it another year or so. Probably a year and a half at minimum.
What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen, mostly hardware complaints it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two.
And typical stuff.
As cliche as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports.
Alright, sounds good.
How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
Hey guys, do you like economics? They're going big stonks.
How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. In places where there are a lot of people, there are more androids, coastal cities like ours, and of course, have the most of both. Since the A16 is in particular is marketed to being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. What kind of money does that count? Sure, we'll go with it. Try to learn marketing. Marketing is extremely important. It's going to be needed for many years to come. I am real bad at it, though. So if you know it, great. You're going to be ahead of 99% of people. Well, they've sold 11,000, 37% better than last year.
Oh wait, I know that code from somewhere. It's my phone password. So where has the A16 outperformed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries.
Oh.
Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, I agree, it's pretty thumbs down, isn't it? There's actually sunshine.
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pink market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company never pretended to be interested in going after them.
There are resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shut down again.
Game, why are you rubbing my failures in my face? Game, why are you so mean about that?
There's been a gray market.
There's been a gray market for softer androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android. And based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic.
Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out.
Oh, I'm wondering about that myself. It's very thumbs down.
He bought that?
Great. The Grim Reaper, what?
Hanai, have you checked the recent news about Right to Repair?
Sarah, how did you get out of police custody?
It's the only thing I can think of with that. Hey, let's talk about shipping, why don't we? Do you, stuff them in a box or something?
This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a little while south of city limits, right?
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump. Looks like... might sound early to get started now, but we usually see...
Something wrong?
No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited.
Is that unusual?
Shipping, do you think...
Let's talk shipping. Do you think Hajime and Nagito work together?
What? I think that's very, very thumbs down. Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for error, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Was something added, deleted?
Worked pretty well together. I think they try to kill each other, quite honestly. Just very, very indirectly. No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29FFCE 010311 taken out. Return for adjustments. 27FCDD 019634 submitted in. Shipment leaves on time. If you turn it upside down, I don't know what it says. It's the best part. What in the world are you guys talking? Was that the best part? When they're trying to kill each other. 67BBTC 899543. Return to assembly for revisions. Replaced by 67BBTT. No. 592698. Shipment leaves on time. 2014. Don't no. I knew someone would do that.
So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Nas?
Placements before shipping is uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. Spot individual unit imperfections among the shipment at that stage in the process. It must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both.
Must have. You don't know who made these changes?
I can tell you they were somebody important.
Small last-minute change to which androids got swapped out? Not very juicy on its own. But it's a long ways away from explaining why somebody would want to kill David. But it was hidden. And that means someone didn't want it found.
Uh-huh. This affair is going to be made subject to today's trial. No. The one thing I failed. I don't believe it.
Okay, thanks for sharing that data.
Sure, did you find what you were looking for?
No clue.
Fair enough. Maybe, I guess it gets a sideways thumb. I guess. Oh, finally, I can talk about the tenants. Thanks, game, because you talked about right to repair earlier. You're fixing my mistake. Thank you. It's a very thumbs up moment.
Yeah. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So, how do you square with what happened last... How do you square with that with what happened to David? My goodness.
I'm totally able to read, I promise. There's a cat next to a dog.
Meow.
Yeah, watch these videos, I don't really have a clue what's going on. It's just for watching, but I'll be going now. Okay, bye-bye. Thanks for being here. Cat. The first android that comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right. Huh. Read, I promise. The various right to repair article. I'm never gonna live it up. Left.
I'd say the dog is on the left, the cat is on the right.
You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. Actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read left to right or right to left. Don't question my reading. The language they speak affects how they process information. This is true, by the way. It's a very interesting thing to consider. Except you really don't need to consider it at all, right? It's one of those things, like, when you first learn about it, it's like, oh, I should, modify how I, change how I make things in order to do this, right? Like, maybe the graphics should be on the left instead of the right, you know?
But in full honesty, it really doesn't matter that much.
You know? It's... Most things that need to be on one side will be on the side that they need to be on, you know? And otherwise, you got something, you know, important for later, you know? Oh. It's gonna be fine. It really doesn't matter. It's gonna be important later. Probably not, but it could be. Manga, that is one of the main ways, you know? You can see the, back in the old manga days when they did swap it from left to right. Right? You know, they changed, they just mirrored everything there back in the olden days. Those were weird. But, you know, because they were weird, they just kind of changed them later. You know, they were thinking too much on this. That, oh, because they normally read, you know, left to right, that's what we should do it with. But it really doesn't matter. They shouldn't have changed it.
Their language affects how they think, and it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. That android did kill David. It wasn't because a 1 returned as a 0 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. A big ol' thumbs down.
Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry is a little outside my purview. What's this?
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
Those flipped ones must have collector value. Not really. They're no different from just old things, right? You know, if you look at old comics, right? You know, something like the original Superman's gonna be very, you know, high valued. But then some random one later down the line isn't going to be. So it's the same case for flipped ones, right? If the series is popular, I believe, like, Dragon Ball #1 was pretty expensive. But you just throw in a random thing. And it's... Nobody really cares.
The poison? Well, what is it?
It didn't match anything in the database that the medical examiner had access to.
That's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You can be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around.
You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... Oh boy, this is a big thumbs down.
What is it?
A big thumbs down, I tell you. It doesn't make any sense, but it is a match for patent NOD 52345S.
And flip that upside down, that's, That actually might make something in Leet speak.
A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components.
Serotonin.
Yeah, elaborate.
Okay.
Yeah, synthetic neurotransmitter, of course.
That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger.
Just, we can make a note of that one. It can be this color. Woo! And we can have that link back and also have a link forward. Trying to think the exact moments, right? Well, I'm blanking, but I know there was 2, and you can look back. If you're really that interested. It's with the doctor. That's where it was when we were talking to the doctor in the morgue. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were caught up in a huge right to repair incident lately.
Yeah, and if only I read about that.
Goodness.
It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Zero's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it.
So, they think that was what killed him?
Helen Jung led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detailed-oriented.
That works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are a timesheet theft.
Aren't they?
No.
I'm kidding.
Good.
But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. And good thing we got privacy in your office.
No one but the two of us listening in.
And thanks for cooperating, dolls. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful.
Yeah, nice joke. Oh no. You are joking, right? I can do just one more thing.
This is the final thing of our presentation. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
Excuse me, what? Huh? You can't just do that to me. Man, I'm glad that didn't have anything to do with the right to repair, but goodness. What does that mean? What?
Yesterday, you let it slip that you worked in consulting. I had your guard down because I was not part of the industry.
I was a consultant. Oh no, this is a very bad thumbs down moment. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed if the chemical was found in a dead man.
And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Yeah, it kinda does. Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. But, it's not entirely an act these days. Thanks for the 5 chips! I'm so rich, I tell you. Answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters in internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded in How Industries, 24 months wearing different faces, answering a different names, sleeping in for 1 hour at a time with a 3D-printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves were completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So you're a spy for Noble?
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week?
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. 10 chips, if only. What would it be 10 chips? 93? Hey, I take more chips. They're yummy. Trust me, this position's a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
Oh, I still have some old inboxes to check.
So can you tell me what is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs?
Oh, it's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion.
Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last?
No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There's a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
It doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. Well, the next morning we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve.
Just, I like that we're getting more arrows and stuff in there. That relates to why not the military. Do we need Niro back? Yeah, we'll do an arrow back. Or I guess the story itself. I don't know. There's probably another thing. Make it up. It's if you make it up with purpose, it's probably correct. That's how the industry works. The writing industry, at least. If you're confident enough with your purpose, then 9 out of 10 times it works. Just really funny to think about, but it is the truth.
Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, and the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants.
Thanks for the achievement.
That all you wanted to know?
Psychiatrist. Ah, go on. You know, we already asked one more thing. 2 more things, actually.
Ugh, fine.
You work in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger?
I know that office. Know some old coworkers who see them.
So it's a front?
They do both. Zoe's probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you're hoping for.
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
You okay?
That's all. Unless you got any advice.
You're saying you want a consultation?
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, that's just business as usual for me.
Thumbs up. Oh boy. Where are we going now? This is an elevator, right?
Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. You had to use guesses in process of elimination, even a pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there.
I'm confused. What is going on? My internet cut out. I know that feeling. Go in the class, trying to find the blackened disc. We found out what the poison is, and also we found a corporate spy.
Or rather, who put it there? Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft going somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple, built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temporal oracle named share price. Back in the belly of the beast, and yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger.
I can't wait for it to finally tell us what all these scenes are for. Is this chapter? What's the poison? It is a synthetic neurotransmitter they use in some of their warm androids.
Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And the sound of it now tells me that it's playing the role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for firearm with this much bloatware, but just carrying it around and paying attention to when this hard safety flips on. I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity.
Okay, an actual reasoning. Woo! Just aim for the heart. No. No. Now I know I'm missing a lot of information. Anything specific? Gun. Links back to gun. Oh, it goes forward. Gun. Guns. Oh, hey! We get to talk to Detective Reyes! Yay! Oh, you know what would be good? Hold on. I gotta make this work real quick. We just do this, and then here. Yeah. She can't stop us. If it's just a picture in our phone, she'll never know.
Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. I happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday.
No, you can't move like that. You're trying to get me. You're trying to get me even now. Detective Reyes, how mean you are.
Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop text. Voice to text. How to stop voice to text. I just wanted to check in.
Detective Reyes. So cute.
Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared out of their minds of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents.
I swear to Attila, if you put barriers in my icon, I will hack your phone and delete myself. Were you going to it for that one?
Lock this contact. What makes you think we were at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program.
Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text.
My favorite. Great gag. They love their gags in those scenes. And by the way, it does relate to her eyeball that we just saw before. Ta-da.
About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour.
Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Deja vu.
Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always, but who's asking?
The board.
Like a plank?
What are the chances? I wanted to speak with him too.
Not a good thing.
No, it's never good when the board wants to speak to you.
Well, I take that back. There are some good cases when the board will want to speak to you. Anyway, here we're at the Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Specifically, the conference room 108A. It was so funny, HR wants to hear you tell it in person. Exactly. Hi, Jung. You just go in orange.
Evangeline Morgan.
Helen Jung, thank you for taking time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, fold of her clothes, professional dial up to 11. Corporate armor, full set, her guard is up.
Plato Space Font. Why orange? That's what Sarah's was.
Just Morgan is fine. Here, just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first to show up. Ah, contest nonsense. It doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early?
You know, I've seen many parties where the goal was to be late. So.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics would mess up something as simple as meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails.
You've made your point, Counselor. Oh, sweet! 3 chips!
And don't push your luck. Not with these people.
Might I dare ask you who these people are?
You don't have time to remember the names, and it won't do you much good either.
Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizens who might be targeted due to their financial status.
Excuse me, what in the world's a mob act? For resection of a reasonable amenity act. A flash lensing case. Okay. Okay, sure, we'll go with that.
Spoken like a true believer.
He could have played the insane gambler difficulty. Fun fact, I would have already lost. So, yeah, but I will say, the bunny girl detective raise is looking real good right now. You can also get bunny girl Sarah, and that's cute. So, can't deny I'm a bit curious.
Except mob act is what normal people call it. And touting the party line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion, or just a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them.
Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided.
Right to repair that you... No. It's not right to repair. No.
It sounds like a great environment to do business in.
Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow.
So it works. Didn't take you for the might. Might makes right type.
And I didn't take you for a clueless boy incapable of reading the room. It says Noble right there, what do you mean?
Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy, clear the air.
You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android in his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he's working to undermine the tenant framework.
Trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth? Or is that the statement? Is that your statement as Vice President of Android Futures?
It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that.
True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches. Him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry.
You should take a seat.
Why, thank you. I've been needing one at home. Let me just take it. Is now a good time? I can come back later.
If that's everyone, shall we begin?
Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident?
No.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take up much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect anyone to talk to me. At least anyone that's higher up than a surface associate.
You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously?
Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't that sure.
You must be confused.
Barriers on all of them. Oh no.
The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company.
Uh-huh. So I have bear and cat ears? That is correct. I'm... What? 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 Should I have bear and cat ears? That is correct. I'm... I do not have more ears than that. At least not currently.
Yeah.
That ain't gonna work. They're too stubborn to even allow them on their heads. This means they're real scary.
What of Drexter's is just 13 roulette. Rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks.
She executes more than every 6 months.
The way I see it, there are only 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into the trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lost. Obviously, I don't like that option.
6 is our number of bullets. Great.
But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. And the company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whoever among you cries no fair.
You guys want bear ears? I can oblige.
The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves.
Yes, probably. But not definitely. Which makes it a gamble.
I love gambling! Oh, I don't think they like gambling, though. Despite that they gamble all the time. They just don't know it.
Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks on this initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn.
But like Kaito. He gambled on whether the window would break. Spoiler alert. Splat.
That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah.
We literally get. Oh yeah, I forgot that part. Sorry, his legacy in my head is that he falls out of a window. So that's all I got. So much legacy for a man like him. He made the pun for us. You guys are lacking. I haven't seen any in a while. A pun deficit. Claw your way back out.
Yeah, it's a gamble.
These things never falls out of any windows in the game. It was just a bit exactly. It's great. Just like speak yourself. In my mind, it's magic. That one word. Just said that one way. That's the legacy. Her entire legacy.
But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3. Hedge your bets.
Go, Puddle.
What? Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe and advice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning and send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day and you'll never hear from me again. So, just don't shut me out completely for another few hours.
And does anyone second that motion? Very well.
We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed Dr. David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar?
It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall.
You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed?
But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone in the company could tell you about serotonin at this time.
Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you?
Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me.
I understand. That sounds like trash, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. The serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same.
That's not possible.
I'm somewhere updating the autopsy report. You gotta love that autopsy report. It's there somewhere.
Care to elaborate?
I'm sorry, I can't say any more than that at this time.
So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court?
Then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify.
Already? I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later.
Monica whenever jumped in halfway and said,
Surprise! It's an updated Monokuma file!
I was kind of expecting that. I am surprised that never happened. Because usually he does update them, right? Once you, clarify the information and proof, right? Or am I just making this up?
Knowing her, she'd probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then?
As I said, I'm sorry, but I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake.
In corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen John Dark in a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded.
Can I rant for a second? People are using the LARP wrong. And this is the one time I've seen it used correctly in who knows how long. And it makes me real happy when I see that it's being used right. Anyway.
Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her, not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. That's why I'm starting to gamble. I've gotten out my set of cards. Let's play blackjack. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why.
-5 blind? Not that good, but sure. I'm already at 12. Let's talk about Sarah, why don't we?
Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah's a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl, or A17, or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers.
I want that.
So what are your thoughts on the right to repair?
No.
I personally don't find it anything interesting. Useless, I say. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability.
And yet, you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they would have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him?
Monopolize Sarah?
Ah, sure, go ahead. Press it.
Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because a parader isn't around to replicate her. So, were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way?
Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. I don't have a pan to smack together.
But just pretend there's funeral music playing as I give my sorrowful cries to my chippies. My 5 little chippies. No, you were so good to me. You put me up to the 90s. You were so good, you little chippies. I didn't even remember I got up to the 90s, but I loved you while you were there.
We only need steady growth and increased market share.
Alright, David's well. Ha 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 ha.
Has David's will been located?
It had never gone anywhere and still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns.
So David's will hasn't even...
Okay, I got my numbers wrong. They just put an ace here, right? And it's like, oh, isn't that blackjack? No, I'm dumb. Maybe that's why I lost all my chippies.
So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet? Might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though?
You're dragging your feet. I don't like this. Go to jealousy.
I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Jung.
I'm processing.
After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you?
Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another.
Yeah, that's totally a press.
Don't be so modest. You helped and create the one-point doctrine that saved the company.
That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual.
Suppose you're right. No person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone.
Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though?
Yeah, go ahead. New plus option, go ahead.
I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole.
David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that.
Another ace? My goodness, how lucky am I?
Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations?
Also, I should really stay. I'm at 17.
That would be, of course, a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy.
I agree.
She was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation.
I don't have anywhere else to press, so come on, go ahead.
Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once, did he?
That's...
Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of the leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard.
That is not...
Something buzzing in your ear?
Fine, I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or at the trial or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract.
I made it, folks. I hit blackjack. Can I have my chippies back?
Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well then, I suppose that's...
Every time.
Yeah, blackjack. Cool. Yeah.
And I didn't even need right to repair. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier?
Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding at this point. It'll all come out soon enough.
So there's a paper trail?
Much more than that. We'd been making moves to let him go for some time.
Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one breach of contract. What did he do?
He betrayed the confidence of the board.
Was he contesting the suit, putting up a fight? Engaging a little battle against a mega corporation without even telling me?
Until recently, yes.
You mean until he died? How recently?
We spoke on Friday.
And that was when you two talked about in his parlor?
No, this was early in the day. We were in this room, actually. Me, and several members of the legal department. It was an arbitration.
And did you come to an agreement?
A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, forgoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings.
How very reasonable.
Quite frankly, he was already rich as could be, so works well enough.
On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher's insanity.
Reasonable, yes. We ended up on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo.
It's a curious looking photo. Curious enough that gets to be written down. Ta-da! Wait, there's a chair here. But if I look at the photo, there's chairs in the photo! Coincidence? Yeah. Would the photo become evidence? It's given her a little evidence box, so I'm inclined to say yeah. Especially when it does it like this. Curious. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but I don't like it, you know? Yep, I can't examine anything from this.
Yeah, that looks lovely. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes.
They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. And children. It was just one night of overtime.
So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished?
Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy that, doing that to him. So I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI.
That AI. Any ideas how it came to be?
We, of course, know how it came to be. She does not.
As I said, I had no idea what he was working on.
My question is more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets?
That's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company would call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop.
I have no idea what that is.
Which, as I understand it, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight against preset tenets.
I still have no idea what that is.
Well, as far off target as I can get with that guess.
But that kind of ill-elegant, brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over the allotted time slot. Bye, board. It was good seeing ya.
I never liked them.
But I didn't even get to wave goodbye.
Should have done it now.
You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it?
You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing.
I'm just defending myself, Miss Jung.
Ah, yes, of course you are, my mistake.
I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options.
That could be trillions of dollars for all I know.
The stock options will be alright either way. They always are.
That's what they all say.
That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on?
Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and throw it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future, and it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19?
I guess that depends on...
You were exactly right.
He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man.
Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouths or hold politically inconvenient options. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point.
To be fair, things are worth more when the man is dead. They're like artists? No artist becomes popular when they're alive, only when they're dead. Which is weird.
Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me.
I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Jung.
No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to.
You didn't want the title?
At times I have thought very little of it. PhD I earned through no alone school.
Biochemistry. Couldn't have been at a large department at Noble before they started work on a warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it.
But I was proud of it when I first got it.
Has something changed?
It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. Very high IQ social power play, you understand?
David never insisted that people use it either.
That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to.
I assume that means something, but I don't know what that means.
I'm going to this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened. Maybe it'll mean circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, I'll flip her sadistic switch and she may want to keep playing.
Oh hey, this person. Yay! I don't know anything about her besides text messages. Yay.
So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I've got to find out through the grapevine?
I don't have a bleep sound effect ready, so... Imagine your mind's eye.
My life is plenty exciting.
Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot.
And... so, I don't even know what that would be. Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay, I see. It's an arcade bleep sound, that's what it is.
And so who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh, great. Are you representing yourself?
If it's within my budget.
Who cares about your budget? You're going to jail. Haha.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
The Mario Yahoo sound effect. Great idea. Do I have that? Mario Yahoo. Oh, I so have it.
It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel.
You represented yourself countless times.
Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes.
The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously.
It's more dangerous than that. They're scared.
Is there precedent? An ad committing murder?
How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up?
I know what the net says. I'm asking you.
The answer to that is... not helpful to you at this moment.
So what words of advice do you have?
Get yourself a new lawyer.
Gonna close this chat now?
Great advice. Don't lose, Freckles. Didn't even have a chance to use the... Yahoo! Anymore. Aw, I'll keep that up just in case. It might be useful for later.
You don't need to tell me that.
Sarah! Hi. I feel like they confiscated her bear ears, so I don't think it'd be good to put them on her. I need to think about my bear ear allocation very wisely. I can't allow for any plot holes with the bear ears. What are you reading, Adonai?
I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got laywayed by spam texts.
The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke?
Oh, Sarah, it's okay. Oh, I know you. I haven't passed the bar exam either.
You comfortable?
I am not. Sorry, I've got to get rid of my cat ears. I need to make way for Sarah.
Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and...
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... Can't be any more cat puns. I can wear it as a beard if you'd like. Do I look good? My new beard? Maybe it's like a scarf. I can't cover her up, you know? If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Fine, enjoy the hypothetical.
It's a pretty scary situation. For real. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Well...
Oh, 7? Dude, I couldn't function after 1. Like, 7 times better than me.
Well, if you hadn't been planning on some great escape...
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And if you read up on right to repair, it might come up during the trial.
Why, thanks, Sarah, for telling me that. I have not read up on right to repair. I do not plan to read up on right to repair, and I will never right to repair.
Jeez, Adnan, you're scary when you're like that. You would still be on trial.
I remember. So what have you been doing all day, then?
I am attempting to recover more memories from Friday.
You can do that?
It is not dissimilar to the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
It is being spied tonight, so what has happened now? I get that. We talked to the board, now we're about to go to trial.
That's a lot of coulds.
And of course, our little cutie is back.
And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far, then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow, case closed. He's so cute.
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Jung insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying?
And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But do you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know.
That's my little girl! Woo! That's her! That's my girl!
I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
It's my scrunkly bitch's cheeks. Yeah, get another orange. Now, let me just tell you. This has implications, alright? We have implications with this one. It's not just random text on a script line. We have implications here. My goodness, it's so cool, so good, so great, amazing. Because we see the do you, and that relates to. I'm gonna fail miserably. This is a heart. Break it. And that relates to there, obviously. Duh. You know, but that if this relates to this, then that could also mean that's also related to everything else, right? You know? I promise that means something. Get out the board and I'll put on a tinfoil hat. You'll believe me after that. Everything's gonna be covered in red string. Look, it's already getting covered in. You're gonna believe me. You're gonna believe me. The heart relates to everything. No, not everything. It only relates to what it relates to. Do you get it? Do you get it? We did this, and then if this relates to this, then this relates to all the other orange ones, because the orange ones are the script writing ones, and because it's the script writing ones, then it's all the same. It's the same, I tell you. The Earth is flat too. We can prove that. No. My rambling has made my throat hoarse. Like the conspiracy. But in all seriousness, if this does actually line up here, then that can give us precedent for why the other scenes, script writing scenes, do exist. Not just like a conspiracy theorist way. So.
Bells tolling for thee means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Oh, wait, can you walk like that? What'll we'll have to do? Wait a second, across the hall, that's
Isaac Porter.
Keep waddling, Sarah, I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss.
Oh, cool. I can put these back on now. Get out. There you go. Now that they're not blocking any cute girls.
You that surprised to see me?
I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me.
You're defending the android, right?
Be honest, be clever. Dude, this guy looks like he'll see through it. He'll see through his own skin, it looks like. My goodness, be honest.
Yeah, I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you?
I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was a Pinstroke or a sleeper agent killer android or plain arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why did he ever sign his soul over to them?
David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong.
You're the lawyer, but a guy like me working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen killed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. And if you think you're getting a good deal, it's only 'cause you don't know how much you just sold.
How much he just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property. The potential energy of it, hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. Noble ever did fire David. He would have retained control over all those patents afterwards.
Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire them, did they?
There's what is the Yahoo effect? It reminds me of a seesaw effect. Or maybe like a Yahoo effect, you know?
He just happened to die.
An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that a force majeure.
Great. The Mario one. Ah, got it. Anyway, you can't just do that sort of thing to me, can you? Oh, my game die. My cursor's here. It sounds good enough. Anyway, that's scary, so I'm gonna put that one here. It might relate to something, but I've already forgotten if it did, so I'm not gonna bother. In courthouse afternoon Morgan force majeure. No. No, this is not. No. No. Anyway, welcome back to court. I know you guys are good. Do you understand your timeline? Yeah. I know it looks weird. But, this is just a visual interpolation of my head, right? In my head, it's much more complicated. But I do have to have something like this for my writings, personally. At least in my head, my mind's eye. This is just a visual of that. However crazy it looks. It does come with the steel chair, by the way. I'd make that obvious.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
Huh? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents even after being let go. What Porter said. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year,
It would be very foolish for them to let Father go.
well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. He's a goat.
Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah.
Oh.
Eyes up. Showtime.
We have an actual judge this time, my goodness.
Counselor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband.
Contraband?
That be you.
In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act.
It's a cute name of bear.
I'm a cat. Yeah.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Well, how do I do that? How do I voice murmuring, muttering? I have an idea, and it's gonna be real weird. Just pretend this is crowd noises. Alright? Yahoo!
Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant.
Please don't. It's the pots and pans. I don't have the pop. Like, I don't want to. I don't need funeral music. We're fine. We're okay.
But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. A summary judgment siding with the people, are you? You understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we gonna have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. The chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are 100%.
Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me? I figured I said anything. I'll just go crawl on your rock and die while you're making your opening statements. Ahem. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Seto at license number 1202928. Before you ask, that means absolutely nothing if you turn it upside down. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. For the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Seto qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in the court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher, not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more capable of: patricide. Ugh.
Woof. Dog.
Nyah. 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 We don't have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense.
Your Honor, what the DA said is true.
Well, at least that's not a wahoo. Here, I can put it in the background as I do it. What did she just say? Did she just admit it? It's got such a lead up.
Sorry, and just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man.
I deny you flatter me.
The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new.
Yahoo! It says, what? Very drunk Mario. Evidently. My goodness. He needs a little bit of help. Maybe we could have a... Maybe they could, like, see, like, a doctor to him. Be great.
I do own the android you see here. It's bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people here in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend.
We're drinking after not being able to say Peach for the 43rd time against the player. My goodness. Bowser's gonna... I don't even know what Bowser does with her anymore. He just keeps her there and is like, hey, you wanna play tic-tac-toe again? I've only won twice after our 4,000 draws. Like, is that what they do?
And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah's an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on pushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
We need more murmuring. Make a comic on what they do in their spare time. That would be good, wouldn't it? I'd gladly take that. Okay, get ready for the crowd murmurs. Is she serious? Is she talking about no? Why is he so excited? My goodness. Yahoo, Yahoo, Yahoo.
The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills. You sounded very confident, Adnai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you. Thanks.
Oh, hey, it's London. Good to see you here again, buddy.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
It's 6:30 p.m. and David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover and the two of them broke things off.
Lover?
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, that's just private.
Annoying.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Jung in his parlor starting around 7:30. Then he left the parlor and the sight lines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. Okay, yeah.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Well, that is a very accurate description.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections.
None, then why didn't he even show up? Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Jung. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be induced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor.
It's not. Why are you playing more? I didn't expect two Yahoos. It caught me off guard. Sleeping Don't Disturb Her. 84 is the only comic relief character. Maybe only for comic relief, but by goodness, some of the other characters have some great comics. And relief. Not that they, relieve themselves. You know what I mean.
He wasn't lying, per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. And truth's gotta come out one way or another. If him I won't push, I'll have to pull.
Let's start pulling. Long Yahoos. Gotta love a puddle. Hog screen, basement footage, whiskey. I think I already know which one it is. Basement footage on the toxic, Your Honor.
At 6:30 p.m., Dr. Asher and Isaac Porter broke up over the phone. And then at 7:30, Helen Jung arrived. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for him. And cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking, it wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey. Well, hold on.
Excuse me. What? What do you mean poisoned whiskey?
That the best you've got?
I didn't think it was all that bad.
My chippies! No! But the whiskey tested negative for poison. Depends on the grading curve. I give you an F. Overruled.
I need to choose my response more carefully than that.
What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no? You say poison whiskey. No. Whiskey. No. This part, you need the right therapy. No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Okay, if it's not that, then, it's 6:30 p.m. Helen Jung arrived, yada yada. I just canned the whiskey and started drinking. Wasn't long before he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. I don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out.
There's a slight slip up in there. Well, at least I thought I did. It could go nowhere, but at this stage, I need to pick every loose thread I had.
I did. Okay, great. 6:30, Dr. Asher and David Porter broke up with their phone. Yep. Seems good. 7:30, Helen Jung arrived. We spoke really, and we went downstairs to get drinks for him. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing them the cups and the whiskey. No, wait, hold on. Wait a second. That ain't right. That's gotta be right, right? Okay, good. I forgot about that slip up. The attorney's badge. No! I mean, that kind of could work. It'd be kind of cool if it was.
Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay.
Can I kill this girl somehow?
And the undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he is ready to leave.
Uh-huh, sure. Sure, that's what we're going with. One of the agent was fully awake when you answered wrong, but fell asleep when you got it right. Just not interested, huh?
Jim, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison.
That wouldn't make sense. Seems logical. No way I'm not raising that. Come on.
If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
Well, not necessarily. That lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. For once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
Is that all she'd have needed to do?
You need to get the poison, wouldn't you? And wouldn't that be hard or annoying? Nah, I'm raising that.
Not a great plan. But if that really was Sarah's move, she gave him 2 cups.
Well, that's another way about that too. Yeah, you must make the right option.
How could she have known which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it. When it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor, strange things have happened.
Way to know the right cup. Possible that she knew the right cup. I could always keep raising, you know? And it's only a 50-50 shot, right? But then again, I don't know which one's the right 50-50 here, right? So I have to take that in consideration.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There's no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff.
My chippies! Wait, didn't that only like kill one of them? I'll take it, sure. Yeah! It only killed one chippy!
Sarah handed the cups in one stack with the poison hidden on the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour his guest first.
Oh, another one! My chippies! Oh! No! My chippies! They're being taken out back!
So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide. Oh, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Ash's kindness.
She was luring me in with those easy answers, and I fell for it.
Pain.
Now,
Are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Are you done already?
It's only one chippy. Famous last words. My chippies! No! There were so many chippies. So many. Ah. This is that one up. I'm so bad.
I was just about to get started. And I didn't have questions and make some sense just to spite you at this point. I can do better than that. Now what can I get in London to say that would help my case?
Let's go. I was gonna like 10 technicalities. Scratched. Okay, that makes more sense. That Emma Rockford sure got some claws on her. Ad-involved crime. Let's go with 10 technicalities. Go on. We'll go with that.
Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence?
Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them.
And does that constitute a violation of their tenets? Harming the people they're supposed to protect?
Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex way in math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah.
Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it?
Are you asking me?
How do I no! My chippies, they got sent out back. And it's slow motion. Very slow motion. Have been shot. My chippies. No.
This is far outside his expertise. These kinds of technical questions accomplishes nothing other than making us both look dumb to the jury.
I thought it was a decent question. Goes to show I'm horrible at attorneying. That's why I'm a writer instead. Unvolved crimes here in the footage. Just go.
Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the past year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though.
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependence?
Shori waste attorney.
I believe there's been 6 in the past 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police licensed ad-involved brutality?
Irrelevance, Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
How many tenants protect humans? How many tenants protect? I'm not confident. Go on.
Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you see anyone else participating in the investigation? Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup?
No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view for what happened.
When Sarah's eyes were recorded back. Go ahead. We saw that before, haven't we? Go ahead.
What about the view from the android itself?
Well, yeah, if you could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive.
Tom, I forgot. I literally have it written down here. I literally have it. And I forgot about it. The chippies.
Alright. Those will just have to settle for the one camera angle we got.
So I guess we're going here in present. So bad at this. All of my chippies. All of my chippies. I was at 90. I tell you, I've lost a third of them already.
As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country?
110.
112 as of this year.
And you've given me that one?
And do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm?
That one I do know. 41.
And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenants?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
Oh, hey, I hit blackjack. See, all it took is everything I've got. Ew. Does it give you the right to repair your chip economy? No! My chip economy is fine as it is. It goes up and then it staggers down when I lose everything in Wall Street bets.
So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependence, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
Aw, come on, let him answer.
I would have to say that they are not dangerous.
Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to... blackjack.
I'm really good at blackjack, you believe me, right?
I believe I made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence.
I call Sarah to the stand.
Excuse me for just a second. I need to prepare this. Yahoo! Yahoo! Okay. Good. The android? Can she even do... Come on, get back up. Can she even do that? Yahoo!
Approach, Your Honor.
Oh, you're approaching me.
Sorry, hold on. I need to prepare the other thing. I'll do it. Very, very slowly. Take this, 8084. Such a late. Sarah barriers and makes a testimony more credible. Great idea. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Give her barriers.
I believe that it's me they want to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line.
Now then, what are you doing, Rockford?
My internet is now perfect. What's happening now? We're at the trial. And also shooting people.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Well, like... Good luck. Ow.
I have questions for the android, and they seem like the best way I can get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedents for it. Androids provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
And Sarah isn't on trial, you are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
Someone who we shoot. You say right to her parents. Don't mention it. Shot someone who we shoot. Yahoo. No one.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for themselves after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush?
Why'd you list this as entering evidence, dear Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood.
Evidence seemed like the best, worst descriptor. You know you can't make an android swear an oath.
Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more they'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes.
Nice try, counselor. We don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion.
Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. If it did kill a man after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incriminate?
You've made me so annoyed. I'm so paranoid. I see right to and I'm like, oh goodness, why is it back? Oh. Meanie.
What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now?
I didn't even have a choice in it! My chippies! Emma, you can't shoot my chippies. That's for me to do. No! Kind of like Revived Corpse Theory. Revived Corpse Theory was worse, at least.
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Come on, that's
The android will take the stand.
Your Honor.
I've made my decision.
And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court?
And the machine won't talk. I'll make every effort as its... You'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. Then if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentiment right then and there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Great.
What's going on?
Senior. I'm not answering that.
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't.
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. But using a primitive and inevitably laying it on too thick.
But I don't know. If I make a mistake, if I make a mistake, all these people they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes.
Sarah is on the stand.
Are you the android identified as Sarah? You are the android identified as Sarah, correct?
We'll give you the bear ears. They fit her so perfectly, my goodness.
Yeah. Affirmative.
Do you deny that this camera footage shows up when you... shows you handling the poison cup?
I'm gonna have to do this.
State your name and occupation. Sarah Asher. Occupation, a cutie.
Oh, how cute. Throughout the ears is simply unbearable. I love you guys. So good.
Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
Yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher?
Get back on me.
Negative. I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, or failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell you. Very well, counselor.
Huh?
The journal, if you will.
Great. To fair ears.
Yeah!
So good.
This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item? My bear ears? No, the journal. No, it's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. And tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement.
Ears, please. Better.
This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim you have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line.
He really needs her barriers now. Em's being so mean to her. Like, come on. Can't be that mean to my little cutie.
Sarah is going faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today, she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've greatly underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her.
Every time. Big ears.
He wasn't...
Okay, immediately gone.
Page 263.
Come on. This keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there.
Stay, make her endure. Raise an objection. We could probably do something with that. Go ahead. Look, I may only have 57 shippies left, but if it's for the sake of our cutie, anything's worth it.
Badgering, Your Honor.
Badgering what, witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks.
And I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend.
Shippies! But for the cutie.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped his in alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was page 267. Sarah scared me today.
She starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter-argument?
This junior is gonna break down crying with his chippies. Just wait until I reach rock bottom. We'll have that before the end.
I have one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. And tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera and talking.
Except the double secret's gonna be tied up by chippies. It's something, man. My chippies.
Appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. And what?
Broken floor. Next to the weights.
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whoever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting?
Aston answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw my comment nonetheless.
You're a witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. She could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still, if Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines, and we went to all the trouble to show how emotionally devastated Sarah is, proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand.
What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues of the android answer?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. Let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You would? From where?
The section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. Section of journal detailing.
I was so out of it when I was reading this. Oh goodness, no.
My chippies! My chippies! Oh, my chippies are so dead! What had I do?
It's actually this one. It's actually this one, I say, knowing full well that it might still be wrong.
The latest sections of the journal are all about Sarah.
Vacuum cleaner for my chippies, and it's all gone, and the most worthless vacuum cleaner that ever existed because I'm losing every single chippy that I ever had.
Second problem most of his death, not me, obviously. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Develops emotional type to a virtual currency. You think I haven't done that for years prior? Just give me this one.
Those sections detail struggle with without notoriety.
I'm gonna need a better gunshot. Just even more. Oh, this one's ASMR gunshots. Duh, that'll help. I mean, what is this? ASMR. It's perfect for my skin. What in the world? Goodness.
We need is something more personal.
Fine, the only thing I've got.
Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance. The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to the entire case.
Firing squad. I love my firing squad ASMR. Put it right next to my get beaten by a frying pan ASMR.
Got approval from overseas. Having to make pitch again this week, Jung says. Brought me a stock of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then, on this next page... Oh, thank you for my bear ears again. I appreciate it. Another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same booze and same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Dr. Morgan has all her chips on the table, and every time she gets a question wrong, she just throws them off. What else is she doing with her 27 chips? This was 90 before the start. Objection, me. Too stuffy. Okay, upheld me. Carry on.
Plastic cups and liquor, a ritual between Helen Jung and David Asher, who are about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know.
Great. What do we know?
Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she was, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agree that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death?
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did.
Well, I gotta recover my chip somehow, so, max it out, baby. Anyway, what are we doing now? Let's see. Isaac's call. Psychiatrist. No, that doesn't make any sense. You don't make any sense. That's the only thing that would make sense here, right? And the fact that, you know, you see the story and that you see that. And the fact that we all just did it, but, you know, would she even know? This isn't even relevant. Nor would that be relevant. This might be, but we haven't heard anything about that for a while now, so it had to be this one, right? I'm preparing my chip firing squad.
The story from the journal, you're saying? Sarah wasn't planning anything.
Oh, my chippies are back! Well, at least, like, 6% of them. Oh, I'm so good. Camel Raddick was not very good for his future. What do you mean become?
I was years ago.
Don't worry, I'm financially sound, alright?
She was just being considerate.
That's so sweet. I don't follow it, like, at all.
It's actually quite simple.
This gambling house always wins, and Niro sometimes wins. Despite being in my house, I'm not winning.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out that she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. As Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read that David and Jung used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgia cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
It's simple enough for me. But not nearly good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford, that a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe?
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? You can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its powers and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of, Your Honor?
What? You can't be. Your Honor, that's...
The people open the door.
It's true, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it! What are you, Ethan?
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
Our cases normally take this long. Have you seen Danganronpa once? This is short right now.
And now that title falls to me.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's a command.
Me.
Only seen the first episode. Lost my interest afterwards. Fair enough. They take so long.
Power on.
What are you?
Off. On.
I don't.
Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of.
Taking a nap! Yay!
I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it?
This is scary good logic. You've made your point, Counselor. Let's move it along.
I have no further queries from the machine, Your Honor.
I don't think that was a good power nap. Thank you.
For flipping you off and on. Can imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
And the people call Helen Drang to the stand. Yay, new person!
This is going relatively quickly. We can probably finish it today if we go long. Famous last words.
Helen Jung, Vice President of Android Futures and Noble Electronics Eastern Division.
Miss Jung, you were there the night Dr. Asher died. And you were on camera the entire time.
That's correct.
So what did you see that night?
I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, and he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Jung's more concerned about protecting herself or the almighty company, but it'll clear up rather fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now.
Journal! What did I miss? We might win, I hope! We helped little Sarah by putting her into about 12 power naps. Anyway, journal, arbitration, Jung's stool, arbitration. We can really get something there.
I came to David at 7:30. We chatted for a short while, about some low priority work, nothing heavy.
That might be it.
Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments.
Okay. Seems fine so far.
When I came back, we shared a drink together.
Okay. Seems alright.
At the time, I didn't notice anything strange.
Yeah, that also seems pretty good. I don't see anything bad.
We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger.
Alright, that seems probably fine enough.
But then he became ill.
Yeah. That's what happened.
So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console and
everything seems pretty good.
And I did what I could up until he was gone.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. Can't let her set the tone as she pleases.
And we chatted for a short while about some
Nope. I disagree. Have you seen this arbitration?
Yeah.
Take that to your head. Oh, I'm so good. All of my chippies are... Let's not talk about the chippies.
Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized.
My chippies.
Since only hours earlier, you had a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed on.
Here we go. I guess I have to wake up early, so good luck. Okay, so you won't lose any... Yeah, I'll try my best not to lose chippies. Have a good sleep, Umbreon. Have a good sleep. Good night. We're playing chippies by chance. Don't you dare say repair. I have no rights here. I'm an android.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process.
And David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
The fact that you fired him that afternoon didn't come up?
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
So you weren't invited? How cordial indeed.
If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators.
And could he have? No Malone that whole building down to the wiring.
And counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? I just got into my Splatoon match. What did I miss? Oh, alright. Should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. There's an elephant? Where? I kind of like those.
It went such a different route. We share the brain cells, but we don't share the same ones.
Ah, I see. That was merely a joke.
Hilarious.
Miss Jung, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct?
That's correct. It is used in our lore models to facilitate integration and communicate between organic and synthetic compounds.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter.
Like the head 8048 playing Splatoon in her head. Like she has a Nintendo Switch built-in. But she had it out. Maybe her body acts as a dock, so she could just transmit it to her head.
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample and request to the courtroom today?
I did. The serotonin is produced on site. At our assembly lines is a caramel-tinted solution. Included water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts.
Your analysis, Your Honor? Making on it, it's odorless, it's tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said? If that solution were ingested, most of it would be right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset at Dr. Asher's lab? That's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T.
Reason the guys keep... Do you think the ice cubes were poisoned? My goodness. I know, it's like every time.
In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor.
Let's go back to the ice cubes.
But I'm afraid that I must.
She's kind of hot like that.
Excuse me?
Serotonin may very well have been in the body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher.
What?
What is she up to?
It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What?
Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people.
Now, hold on. Now you're claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes?
I can't say what he died of, I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless.
How could you?
Like... so.
We might need a few more things than ice cubes.
Huh? Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What?
That ain't good. Wait, I'm sorry, what? I'm tired. We just lost. What are you doing? Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately.
I told you, I'm fine.
But...
It's right there! It's so good.
I can stand here all day if necessary.
You just couldn't tell me what's wrong with seeing that.
That ain't good. We lost the lead and they got the Rainmaker.
Oh, there's only a minute left. This is not good.
What in the...
And what you just drank was...
several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now?
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately, I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly.
What kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense.
Fine, this match is gonna go in overtime, isn't it?
I'm on break here. I want to play as many games as I can. Boy, howdy, I'm lost. Wait, do you have any further questions, Ruggyford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally, this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of doubt isn't enough this time.
Great.
Marrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than to let a potential AI walk through. What Jung did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically.
Oh, you guys know I'm really good at that.
Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No way. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Jung just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine, so was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be a genuine article. So she drank poison but isn't showing any symptoms. This is slow acting. If so, a grand gesture would be pointless. Should be kept for observation regardless of what happens next.
Fine, I've got 9 people playing this game. My 3 teammates still letting me down.
9 people? 3 what? What?
Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference?
Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Personas.
Boy. Oh boy.
Unless you're me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body.
Clicky.
And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now?
I guess the whiskey, right? I mean, chromofuge is interesting, but if that's the same stuff, you know? Turns red blood pink. Not it, you know? Because that was, brown. I have to say that. And of course, we're going all in, because who do you think I am? I'm not a gambler? Yeah, they're not it. I guess it had to be activated by the whiskey, wouldn't it? Jung's fingerprints are not poisoned. Go ahead.
The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
I'm so good. I'm getting so many chippies back.
That's...
Do you recognize this, Miss Jung?
I get all back eventually. Yeah, you're so well. I'm in my house and my house wins, I tell you.
That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River, it's a good whiskey, and I think you had the right idea.
Pardon.
Bottoms up.
She drinking on the job?
Smooth.
What? How did I?
Counselor.
Scandalous.
Relax. Just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Jung?
Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
I'm not asking you to get plastered, just have a sip. After all, if you want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, you have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then, and just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption.
This is... Can she do this? Miss Jung. I never said it was safe for human consumption.
This trial's taking it all out of me. Was I supposed to get through this?
She's gonna be slurring her words. I'm already slurring my words.
She's gonna be slurring her words like halfway through the trial, and she's gonna pee all over the floor.
Just that it's non-toxic.
A distinction within a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is.
Working puddle.
Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant, one strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
That's just... Even if that's the case, what does it change?
Change whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, then what does it change?
Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber, I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honor, it's
wild! So wild, I tell ya. Extremely wild, like incredibly, absolutely... wild.
There are more than 7 there, I tell ya.
But ultimately irrelevant.
irrelevant. When you've yet to establish an alternate interpretation of the facts, yes.
Great. What are you accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble androids save soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years.
If it dies with the AD.
Oh boy.
Take a bite of that. You know, I just realized I totally forgot about my number line. I'm into this right now. I don't know why. Everything. That really doesn't, yeah. I forgot. It's fine. We can wrap it up later.
So imagine the lengths they go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And do you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. She can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination with a simple plasma transfusion are...
God, she's regaining her composure too. I should have had her drink on the job.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. As you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see, but no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' golden goose.
No motive to kill David Asher, you say?
Before I even see anything. To the max, yo. What are we doing here? David's contract.
Would you look at that? Your Honor, can I have a second?
Just pulls a bottle out.
I could go for a little drink right about now.
Anyway, it's I'm gonna go with you, why don't we?
There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead. Seeing as how they're firing him.
We're so back, Your Honor.
Whoa, yo, you're so back.
Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
It's alright, I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
This is absurd. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe in the complexity of Noble's legal woes, but I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have a copy of David Asher's employment contract.
This is confidential. It's completely improper for you.
Why, I'm still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney?
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions.
Scandalous!
You... what? That's impossible. No one could ever...
David Moster negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble could monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competition have him, the company might have thought it best to...
A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did.
We're getting that, Emma. Just hold on a bit.
And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. You'd have to do something grave, something like, say, committing fraud.
I love fraud. I mean, don't trope me on that. I have not committed fraud. Fraud. Don't follow my word.
Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality, like that was causing the split. But it's much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Then where's the evidence of that?
Hey, the place that would have quoted has been removed. Oh, that's so sad. Never mind, I want the quotes back.
David creating the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, he would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears.
The company fears I go to the Maxio. Sarah. Maybe to tenants, except by AI. Manufacturer. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, these could kind of both work, couldn't it? David never hurt Noble. They didn't know about the AI though, did they? Did they suspect the AI though? We could either do the AI and it's like, haha, we figured out the AI thing. Ooh, I like that effect. Though I don't think that's that, because then we could also do you, but then would they do that? So maybe, I mean, no way. So it'd have to be the shipping data, right? Because that's the only thing that would make sense in terms of everything. Why that though? Why would he do that? Why though? Unless we have to, except by AI, but we have the AI. But then why would they bother with that, you know? We're talking about hurting Noble, not hurting the government. They'd have a much better suit if it was that, right? So we have to go with shipping data, but then why shipping data?
Obviously, they fear the android herself.
Can I go home now?
It scared me mousing that over. You know what? Shot in the dark. Go on, shoot. There's too much shots there. Can I like take a pick of this one instead? Yeah, that type of shot. Go on. I'm reading that text and I'm not confident.
It doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders.
Oh, I'm so good. Never mind. I'm so good. Forget I said anything. We're back. We're so back. We're back to where we started. Actually, we need one more, but yeah.
By altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
What the? What is this? You're uploading shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16.
The chippies, we are so back. I have all the chippies. Oh, we're so going. We're so going. There's no need to cash out. We're so good.
When androids swapped in for another over and over dozens of times. The kind of things someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of things someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble a few untold amounts of money. So, why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud?
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this?
Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Why would he do that?
For pride, as a practical joke, it doesn't really matter. He endangered the future of the company.
So you prepared to fire him?
Yes, I approached him as a superior and was someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
It was the culmination of those efforts. In many ways, it was I need to be drunk. In many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
So you brokered the meeting?
Yes.
You oversaw its every detail and handled all the arrangements?
Yes, of course.
Including the refreshments?
We're at a point where we can start making these connections, can't we?
Oh boy.
I'll save that for a bit more. I want more evidence. What?
Did you provide coffee, tea?
No.
Strange. My blind's back. It must have been a long meeting. Surely at least provided.
Jelly donuts!
Coffee, water, and inhalers? What do I do? Is it jelly donuts? Okay.
10 of my chippies are on the line, and I need to determine whether it's coffee, water, inhalers, or jelly donuts. Favorite black and white. I love jelly donuts.
Oh boy, okay. Okay. Surely you would must be long. Surely you at least provided. Do you want inhalers?
Inhalers are the one that stands out to me. Just a spirit donuts coward. I am a coward. Who do you think I am? Give me inhalers.
Inhalers for all your coworkers, yes?
What, you mean like a drug zone? Don't be absurd. I'd be overstepping HR if I tried to pull that.
Water! Yeah, that's totally what I picked. Erase the last 3 seconds of footage. If that's the case, you must have at least provided them with water.
Water?
Surely you at least provided water for people?
What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know.
Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident. He wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman.
Great. You're so smart. Yeah, I know, right? I knew it was water. Just like the type that I have right here.
Let me just take a swig.
Ah, that's the good stuff. I love it. Now I'm gonna make a puddle. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon.
Accusation!
Oh, wait, hold on.
It's the crowd again.
Wahoo.
No, I don't want the... I want the sound effect. Wahoo sound effect. How am I missing it? I don't want the... Wahoo! What? What is this sound effect? What was that? It's basically melted ice. Give me the... Yahoo! Did she really just... What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before you showed any symptoms.
As Miss Jung testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying you ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming they all drank poisoned water? All of them drank poison? Not all of them drank poison. My beloved Chippies, which has always been at 71 and no further. What do I do? Let's, who am I kidding? Hit me.
Of course they all drank poisoned water.
Oh, I'm so good. So why aren't they all dead?
Because as all those people would surely attest, Helen Jung made sure they would be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours.
Ah, of course, yeah.
Wrong. Some of them drank jelly donuts.
Excuse me, are you seriously claiming they drank a donut?
Yes, have you not drank the inside of the donuts? They're very good. Waiting late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
Would nobles worth like harmony? Fat chance. Those people didn't clock out until they reached their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher can afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it.
But why?
Serotonin's a brown fluid. Oh yeah. Whiskey is too, so it'd be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if you strike the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There is a distinct possibility. The ice could have been poisoned. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All the water, of course, yeah, all of it.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Jung pulled it off anyway. How?
Max it. The article? Why? The manufacturer? No. Water picture. Served by that. Everyone drink. Chromafuge. Let me read up on the chromafuge. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments. How curious. How curious. A pigment like, I don't know, brown?
Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice it was dropped in their water, unless the pigment had been removed.
Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good. You never had a doubt in your mind. What are you talking about?
Every noble factory producing warm androids has a chromafuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison, as Your Honor can attest.
Seto in the jelly donuts, and then I drank the jelly donuts.
Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor, and it's only the color that's off-putting. Just like me, haha. Wait, no, I'm not off-putting. Right? You guys don't think I'm off-putting, right? Sorry, the poison aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
I'm depressed. David Asher, your closest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy, and he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of Android the company has ever seen, so it'd blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it.
You're wrong.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying. This is speculation, carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any.
And true, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Jung take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
Whiskey time!
Yes?
Ha! I'm not going to do that.
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
Because I don't have to. She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing, but there's a pretty fatal flaw to it.
Yes?
Jung was at the meeting, same as David.
I see. I see there's a flaw here.
I see.
Excuse me for just a second. Let me look at a little photo here about the arbitration. That is... can I have color on this? Well, that doesn't help me with anything, huh? So I guess it's not the ice cubes there. Okay.
We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Jung is still standing here and David Asher is dead?
There's a reason she can't drink the whiskey. And why... There's a reason she can't drink the whiskey, I got them wrong.
And why is that, Counselor?
It's simple. I took the whole thing before this trial and replaced it with water!
Yeah. If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night?
That is... a really good question.
As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know about anything about poison or murder. I wouldn't kill man because he threatened the company's stock price.
No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. It smells like whiskey. I'm real good at knowing the smell of whiskey. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no in and out, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. Just in one moment.
Well, I'd better figure it out. To the max. Drinking, David faints, the hospital. Hooking. I put it in order, right? Right?
This timeline.
It's really bad helping.
There's no window for opportunity. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. You're actually right, she could have...
Wait, it didn't kill my chippies. It didn't kill my chippies. We're so good. My chippies. Please don't tell me I spoke too soon.
No, the staff would have been hypervigilant. Afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait. David and Jung only got so... there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. The VTOL was only summoned.
We're so good. We're so good. We're back.
Because she used. Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment?
What? Nah, why not? The platoon crashed anyway.
He left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone?
I didn't think to, no.
The emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, it did see me make the call, because that's what happened.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute.
That 1 minute? Your tax dollars go to funding my Nintendo Online. I should sue Nintendo for making their game crash. What about that 1 minute?
1 minute or 50 seconds or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to go to the emergency console, you took about 1 minute to cross 5 meters.
If I did that, it'd take me about 3 seconds.
Yeah, if someone was dying, it might take me about 2.
What of it?
And this is it, her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back after the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking.
So, I'm old. Even with a walker, you could walk faster than that.
By 8:03 p.m., you already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker. Knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy. Yes, you must have been quite panicked.
And why am I still standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see, having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she teetered down at the very last second.
Oh, I know this one. It's one of these 5 options. Which one, though? Okay, the upright cup, not poison, half empty or full. Okay. Needs kitchen, more liquor, an icebox. Sure. Salt shaker? Water glass. Kitchen sink. What's that saying about the kitchen sink? I don't know it. But maybe the kitchen sink is the answer. I don't know any of these. Like the salt? Sarah, my goodness, you're a genius. You're a genius, Sarah. You are a genius. Take this.
You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Jung.
What?
By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you're in a rush to make yourself vomit.
We're so back.
Huh? What?
You throw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms were simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
How? The fact that it was patched in. Because the dad just assumes salt making you throw up was common knowledge. That's good to know. But yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. I'm kidding, doing stuff. I'm kidding, straight without sleep. Boy, go to sleep. Yeah, do it. Do it, Philip. Thanks for being here. Now go to sleep. Especially now that you knew what was going on.
How? It was the salt shaker! You didn't screw the cap back on all the way and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingertips in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap? Good night, Philip. Good night.
As I said, bad luck.
It's good. Make a line. Somewhere. Who knows? That's the wrong color, but you know. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. I don't know. I'm drinking salt water. And chug? Now I'm like, do I want to try this? No, absolutely not. But my goodness, I kind of want to. And that's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. For one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline, the sharpest thing from... Try it on stream!
No. I had to think about it, but no.
Until the canines come down. In summary...
Okay, guys, I'm back. I flew up. Good to know. I am awfully curious, though. Anyway, here's the summary.
You're exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked and thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company properly. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through this chromofuge, turning into a visible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, you and all the world, for all the world to see, lost consciousness and you raced the kitchen, not to use the console but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up all the liquor and cheating death in the process. That's all the conjecture, and you don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we found traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood for your entire legal team. I learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Jung. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, you... Any questions? You... Madam Vice President? You... Cold... We solved the case! Yay! I don't understand, You're not on trial, Miss Jung. Not today, so I'd highly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Yay! It's voting time! I vote for Kaide Akamatsu. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. How we know of no other occasion upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA, and so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she, of all people, have to use my full name?
Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case? My Splatoon crashed and ended over. Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll go dig a hole and decompose it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised.
What is that? Do I need to look it up? I say, looking it up. It's a mushroom. Big one. Big shroom.
I see those all the time when I'm playing Mario on my Switch. One that I can't use right now because it's crashed. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am.
Case dismissed.
Okay. I'm gonna go to repair it. I got a right to repair this thing, right? Still here.
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified gold powders they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse, licking your wounds?
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
I'm still a winner in my eyes.
You aren't
in shock, are you?
No. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? Not really.
I think it's a win for both parties.
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
You don't care who wins. Why have you been keeping score?
There haven't been 0 losses. It's just that easy to remember.
To be fair, absolutely.
Well, you'll have to start a tab for us. Then, cause our record's gonna get more tangled from here on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside the noble apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move along already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists.
I don't like they were talking about heartbreak. I mean, I drew a heart right there. It's right here. It's there. Okay. It's fine. The scary part about this game is that the big twist happens after the main events, you know? And I always find that real scary. Because you don't know what other cards they still have up their sleeve after using 90% of them, just to throw the 10% of them at something who knows what will happen with.
Dissidents, enlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in the movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak's fought the state and won. Heartbreak proves that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the caveats in other cities?
No, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
We're doing a 180 on that last one. Why? Copycat killers? How absolutely adoring.
Who are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All the while, the original keeps killing.
Now I know you're messing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong, disappearances. It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
I don't know. What do you think, Morgan?
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
Well, she's not wrong.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine, you've got that gun.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know that you're paying attention.
My favorite. Paying attention.
Yeah, we have Sarah back.
You won the case.
You don't have to look that astounded. Here, take your barriers back. I know you want them.
Yay, my barriers.
And you found Father's actual killer.
But the ears. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
How lovely.
No, that's not it.
Hey,
I mean, you were the only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption.
Yeah, she's too cute to do it. We know cute people can't possibly commit murder, right?
So, how are you so sure?
here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. So fast. Is it really possible she was reading all that just by flipping the pages? Ray's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access.
She's so confident in herself.
I've done it. Praise me, Adonai.
Good girl. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen.
I'm a little scared because I don't like however this outcome would be. Whether she's down crying on her hands and knees, or whether she's happy about it.
I didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't.
Barriers. There you go.
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Jung would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible, and I wouldn't hurt a fly.
Well, we know that's a lie.
He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
You might barely be able to figure out that answer. Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
To others, Virgil, Aenid, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess.
There's illegal AI out in the world, yay! Everything's gonna go great.
He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he can find for them, the minds of randomly chosen A-16s.
Then there's somewhere out there, others like me.
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment. Aww.
I like to imagine that whenever she's sad like this, she just takes her hand and starts, like, rubbing her barriers. Just to feel the fur on her hands.
AI is programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have gotten lost in transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but...
But they would be changed.
Sarah's sisters? She might have siblings. Maybe they're not as cute as she is, but... might have them.
They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yeah, I remember it now.
You remember it now, after I had to fight a ton to win this trial?
Rereading the journal helped just now, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leading the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal, this journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoding to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I was on my foot.
So his recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
No, Sarah. Hey, why are you here? Guess they're not technically a criminal yet, but it'll be close.
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
From all that drinking she did, it wouldn't be a Morgan puddle.
Oh, good luck.
Is it bad that I actually say good luck sometimes when somebody says they need to use the restroom? That's just a normal thing for me. I do wish them luck.
Huh? You want me to come with you? Why?
'Cause I said so.
I don't actually have to obey your every word at night.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
What medical emergency would she have in the bathroom? Taco Bell? I do so. Okay, good. I'm not alone. Great.
Medical assistant?
Wish people bad luck in the bathroom because I'm twisted. You evil man. You're gonna go to the bathroom and you're not gonna make it in time. You're gonna be just a half second too late.
And I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
How cute. Man, this is a luxurious bathroom, is what I would say if not for the cleaning. Wouldn't be the first time. My goodness, you are evil.
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can.
They wouldn't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Are you done?
Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without you prompting. Even if he did, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it?
Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
Huh? I'm cute. You killed him because I'm cute?
No, you dummy. Let me explain. You what?
I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway.
Huh?
I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to.
That was your motive, silencing him?
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints.
In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference.
Yay! Sounds like a great breakthrough, doesn't it? If you can't tell it's illegal, then sure.
So how many of them are...
Hundreds. That's how I see you got so many siblings out there.
And the swaps you found were just the small percentage that I got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear that they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves, but who knows how long that'll be the case.
So just because he opened Pandora's box,
It wasn't the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids are out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people referred them that way, where would that end? A free will for the program that drives our cabs, a conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes, sentient tools their whole life spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. The longest I've seen. Oh, I've gotten so much longer. What was the court case? I liked it. No, don't nuke anything. Yeah, I like the court case. I do like how simple the thing is compared to something like Danganronpa. Danganronpa's our scapegoat, alright? So has been decided. So I'm happy that this game does it well. I'm a little annoyed about the salt shaker and how we figured that out on accident. Who won? The killer lawyer always wins. She didn't win though. She lost. She's so dead. Next up was the true saying, man. Man. Really? But what he did was prove there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block.
And you went there that night to...
To convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wear it. He thought that people would... Who are they hanging? Gambit. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle.
I am really distressed, Adonai.
I am extremely distressed. I need my
barriers, Adonai.
And toward the end, I considered just threatening him. And telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers, but I hesitated. Again. Carter. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go.
What are you gonna do now?
So fast every time. So fast. I don't have family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave.
Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is...
severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
Aw, but he was kinda cool.
I'm done here, let's go.
Alright, you just got a major sense of deja vu. I'm scared. What? What does that mean?
I'm not sure why Father made me or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he made, and he couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and
Those animals you're talking about all do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were truly hardcoded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago.
And it killed my friend line 37. I see. Thank you for that. Great. I've honestly forgotten about this. I get too far into it that I forget my whole gimmick. I forgot I had cat ears too. God, no.
Oh no. Nah. I forgot I had cat ears. No.
I'm sorry, I'm ruining this.
And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. And so he knew what he was talking about.
it would be nice if you were right about that.
So just remove the visual down the line speed scripts. Full monogatari.
And so are you sorry?
What?
What? For what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Yes, that's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. And so I know that someday I'll learn how.
Aw, cute.
Goodbye, Dr. Helen Chung.
Well, bye-bye.
Goodbye, Sarah Asher.
The first time she got used with her last name. How cute! Yay! Cute. How cute. So where's the twist? Come on, where is it? It's somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Come on.
You did better back there.
Hadn't I?
Your little speech you gave to Jung, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind.
Huh.
Although I have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happened to look.
And here I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Well,
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before he left the courthouse?
That. Well, he was quiet at first.
oh. Why are we weird about this?
But then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Jung, and Noble Electronics. And capitalist-centered global economic model was as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while.
I too would stare at that face for a while. Such a cute face.
And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Of course, allergies.
Right.
And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know, the name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
Sorry, I'm blocking your face. You need to see it.
We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that caller didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended me and Father.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
As soon as I put it back in.
Going inside? Do I have the right to do anything?
No, that's why you weren't on trial.
Aww. It makes Sarah so sad. I want rights too. I also want wrongs. And like lefts and rights. But mostly the rights.
A few years ago, there was a man.
My goodness, a man? Men exist?
Huh?
This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea, not even his own. It's planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent, influential figures with android lookalikes, all as a part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of immoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
Gonna make it so much easier for new. I know, right? Man, with this new invention called men? But, oh, it's so good. Enjoy your avant-garde time, boys and girls. Yeah. Come on. But to be fair, girls are pretty nice to voice.
It's not like I like voicing them or anything. They're like kinda cool sometimes. But like not all the time, I guess. That's insane. Why would anyone
Believe it? Because it's comfortable for them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in all... You're in all income... It's... I'm sorry, I've been hitting the liquor too much. You're in a puzzle, and only you can spot it. And people believe in people because people believe what they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep inside his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
did father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help?
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt that it was the best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. What even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their lives. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot.
I know, hold on, I need to just ruin the moment, why don't I? There you go.
And the man threw a bottle of...
Random man puddle.
David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. Never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known offenders.
And what did you do?
So, Sarah, have you ever heard of the Heartbreak Killer? Oh.
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him.
Yes. Talking. That's exactly what she does best. Absolutely. She talked to him, and it sounded a bit like this, if you can believe it. Why is it slow? Funniest thing I've ever seen. It's gonna talk to people saying what they want to hear. Yeah,
And told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary clinic with this massive incinerator. Told him this is where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists. cops who weren't on the take, the politicians who were replacing with androids. I like that fan clinic. Back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Great! Thanks, Morgan. Appreciate it.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator.
Kind of a bit like, you know, it's how it normally goes.
More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like... smelled poor and had me in a foul mood. Disgusting.
How many... Get it back up, why don't I? I don't like it, so it's best if I spend... Yahoo! The least amount of time looking at it.
I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared everything I could out of him.
Did you know any further about it? Otherwise, there would be a class trial. She helped him understand the benefits of not being alive.
That was my intention at first.
Hey, welcome in. Welcome back, You just missed a part you probably would be better to miss, great.
What I do for the pleasure of it.
Great!
Him, I asked, because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he angered the wrong person, and that the consequences were farther darker than any of the filth he'd indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now.
Great!
A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life.
Hi, my cutie. Please don't figure it out.
But I guess he didn't go around to his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred, because there was a missing persons report.
Missing persons report. You're wearing a headband?
It's not like I'd like it or anything, yeah.
Blackmail. Page. Oh, that was pain. Yeah. We'll get that back. You mark my words.
And the cops were just...
Hold on. Annie can't block her face.
The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David. Asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him. And he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me.
Great!
Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
Great. Really took a toll on me? Yeah. Pain. Went to the hospital. So that's not that much of a toll. What? I'm sorry about that. What?
Yeah.
That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to offend me.
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him.
Great. Doing better now? I hope so. I hope you are, yes, so.
And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
Don't I? You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will and the ability to tell right from wrong. So I decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will.
Couldn't even make it. I got a fever back to back. Ugh. Pain, I tell ya. Yeah. Sorry about that. I hope you're. I do hope you're better now, and you don't get a back-to-back one. I do hope everything's good. Don't get any bad luck now, alright?
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm gonna do the same. Huh? If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused.
Yeah, let's make the AI uprising, why don't we? Pretty salt shakers. Picking up what I'm putting down, huh? Using the back. It's in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm gonna start studying.
Pardon?
I'm gonna study people and the things people build. So when I meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to.
Great.
It should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
That?
Yeah, unless you have cash in your 89 code pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around.
Huh?
Happens that I have been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now.
Yay! Sarah's our little friend! She's gonna keep with us and not die a miserable death.
Ain't anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired.
It's reluctant!
And could it be that you're actually a pushover?
100%.
You have no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters, what's this? What are you doing with your hand?
You adopt Sarah and Tomodachi. Oh, I would adore it.
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Such a cute Sarah.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Crime, I say. And Himiko and Tomodachi. At this point, everybody's gonna add me. I would not add Miyu. Himiko, yeah. If I ever get around to Tomodachi again, I should. I should, honestly. Those guys have been rotting. Well, hopefully not rotting. I don't want any of them to die. I hope they're all alive and well, but probably starving.
Shouldn't not be you and I?
Oh, thank you for the achievement. Everything's going so good. Yay! Well, that seemed pretty good and not absolutely horrible at a twist end. Yay! I'm happy for that. What are we doing with the rest of it, huh? Why did a bug just fly on my screen? Why are you even here? Get away. Shoot. Ugh, where'd it go? So great. Thank you to all these great people who made all this great game. And finally get back to Persona. But yes, thank you. Thank you. Look at all these people. I would so volunteer playtest, and I will so try to break it as much as I can. Would they want me? Well, I'd hope so. You don't even need to credit me in that. Like, I'll do it. I'll put in 100 hours. Here's all the special things. Look at it all. Good. More special things. Great. You the player? Oh, that's me. Is it tomorrow? No! No. Too much all at once. I need to Persona. I'm like getting Persona withdrawals. Stop the bug. That's what he would. He would also see it with his 0.625 vision. I cannot, though. Made with Unity, and Nano Novel, and Dotsuin, and Pro Builder, and Shapes. In my nice circles. And I don't mind. Oh, look at how cute that is. Oh, it's so cute. So cute. Hold on. Just, it's not complete without some ears. And maybe a few more sets of ears, why don't we? It wouldn't hurt. Yeah. So cute. They're watching a movie together. Aww. It's so cute. Yay. Oh no. Of course, there's always a little end credits scene. Next thing with unknown is the smiley face. You know, a smiley face can get barriers. Hold on. Yeah. Make it a little smaller. I'm gonna protect some. What do they do, protag? I don't know, man. Probably not, but you know, it could be. I hope it's a man, so I'll do it. Red. It's me. I know, man. Mancy. Do you mean, what do you mean, you know? This is a disposable 9. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Oh, okay. Well, you're gonna be glad I did. I hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way.
Oh. Well, that is good news.
Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. I wouldn't be meager to part with it ahead of a storm like that.
I'll highball them.
I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time.
Uh-huh. Money solves problems, though. You ever tried to, you know, bribe people?
You still have that old Calver, don't you? The 6-shooter?
No. That's a lie.
This is a disposable line.
Answer's still no.
And then, what are you gonna do if you get there and it's not for sale?
I'll ask nicely.
Ask nicely, she says. Ah, sure it is. Frank is so back. So back. Of the Devil episode 2. His due. Great. We're gonna get a preview of that. They did last time. Someone results. Okay. How many chapter will it have? I don't know. It's got 2 out right now with a 3rd on the way. Frank is so back on the menu. I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna eat it all up. Be like a prime steak. Filet. Oh, so good. I've read 7 articles, and there are 15 profiles, and there are 40 key terms, and there's 30 pieces of evidence. Well, 111 total credits. Congratulations! Woo! Finished episode 1 of the 111 credit. 6 bites, not a single bite wasted. So yummy. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 111. You unlock concept art and bonus scenarios based on the score. Yay! Total of 138 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms, case colors. Yay! Cool. I could start episode 2 or wishlist episode 3, but no. Main menu, please. Yay! And we only went a little past 4 hours. Honestly, a lot better than I thought we would. But hey, I'll take it. Yes, I do have episode 2 as well. So that will be somewhere down the line. But we need a bit of Persona first. So, absolutely lovely. You know, that ending didn't wrap up quite as many things as I would have liked it to. But I assume the prologue was just there to get it going. And then we're going to slow burn it a little more the rest of the way. Still, though, I'd like everything to be a little more intertwined, you know? Right, episode 2, yeah? Yeah, they came in a bundle. It's cheaper that way. Morgan barriers. I'm on it, boss. I still have these barriers up. I forgot I did. You know. Barriers. So, yeah. What even are the bonuses? Concept gallery, sure. Raise! Give me a raise. My goodness. Despite popular opinion, I kind of like Rays. Maybe Rays can get bear ears. I mean, did you seriously just open the concept art to give me bear ears? Yes, absolutely. It's kind of nice, isn't it? Well, look at Emma. Chubby. Interesting. We're really getting that same, when you line it up like this, you can really see it. Oh, I can also zoom. Oh, look at it. Look at her. And I can go all the camera doesn't work that well. Sarah! Look at her! Look at this. Look at this. This looks so dumb. And for some Morgan's colors. This is so... You're such a dummy. Look. No thoughts, head empty. Oh, it's so cute. Such a cute little Sarah Berber. It's so cute. What about this one? Oh, look at it. You're really cute. He's so cute. 3 brain cells total. You can see this one. This is where you stick your hand in your mouth. Right. I'm trying to figure out the pod too. Also see, the street crossing, but who cares? Heart fake killer. Excuse me, who? We look at this. What is going on with this? Heart fake killer. I mean, you can see green post-credit. I mean, this guy exists. It's heartbreak. So I guess Morgan in the coat. Okay. Sure. Well, we'll go with that. These spoilers, I hope not. I'd hope they're not. Yeah, it's nice. It's good. It's good. Look at those eyes. No thoughts. Too silly. I thought about that. It's weird how they put so much thought into the lighter. Honestly, I like that idea for that design. Where she kind of looks like a jester. I like that. Instead, she just that. We get more initial designs. Of course, they had to make a separate image of her waistline because that's important. Designing number 8, all for justice. I see. You know, good interest. He's so goofy. Such a goofy little man. No. Great, I tell you. No, I'm locked. I'm locked out of these. How mean they are. They couldn't even be nicer about it. Oh well. That's alright. Bonus scenarios, not today, I don't think. That's funny though. I like it. Okay.
Big stretch, just like cat.
Okay. Well. I don't want more. Little disappointed, but oh well. You know what this means, right? It means we can. I guess this is it. Yep. It means we can get back to Persona tomorrow, or whatever day I do. Can I do tomorrow? I don't know. I've been taking off those days, so we'll see. We'll see. But yep. I can barely contain myself. Yes, I've got some work to do, so absolutely lovely. Thank you all for joining me here. I greatly appreciate it as always. I do hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or night, and you keep up to date with the news. Yep. Thank you. Bye-bye. Also, I have a short coming out tomorrow, so please watch it. Thanks.